So. Okay, was machen wir denn jetzt? Wir haben jetzt der Viewport. Data, Asset, Shelf, Panel, Colors, ja. Wo haben wir... Ich habe auf YouTube alles gesehen. Blende, Viewport. Ah.
If you want to change the color of the background, I'm going to open this, and you have to go really down and go here in Team Space.
Team Space. Team Space.
And go in Gradient Colors.
Gradient Colors.
And here you have the color of the viewport. So if you click, for example, here, maybe you will have single color. As you can see, now it's gray. If you click here, you can make it in any color.
Ah, Grid bloß noch A wieder hier. Frage ist jetzt, wo ist Reading on? Right. So, ja, no grant file resources. Okay, origin. Okay, I need another. I need seeds. Do I need seeds? Okay, let's hide that. This is the original one. It's fucking beautiful. Oh, it's for my own. This is selection. Eh? Was ist das? Was hab ich gemacht? Yes, und das ist das. Gut. I want to separate these two. I don't understand what's happening. Objects. This the front wheel. Why? What is happening? I separate wheels, man. So we need wheels. Let's separate. We have this. Let's select our faces here. Selection. Now I should. What? Please separate this. Simply separate. Oh my god, now. So what's happening here? Here is a mirror. Been applied. So this is weird. Wing rear, and we put this into the body. Then we have wing. Rear left. Then no. Then we have 3, alright. We have front right and front left. The UV map fucked? I think the UV map is fucked now. The UV map is fucked. Okay. Okay, is this... Okay, they don't use text. Okay, I think we need to redo the wings. Also this one. Okay, the wings. Oh, this is my current. Okay. That's bad. That's bad. I need to make one wheel. Let's put that on wheels for ref. Wheels and no. Okay, let's remove one of them. Let's put in. Where is my? I have. Where is my wing? CG trader. So we have one with. What is that? What is that? Ah, I know, it's 3 parts. It has 3 parts. I know how to fix this. I know. File, let's make a new. Remove that. Import FBX. That's where's low. So let's put on one texture on that fucker. Shiny. Tire. Matte. Any. So let's so I need to research now how I do in Blender.
In this tutorial, I will show you how to bake textures. Proceed object corner, and I'm going to click and drag, and that is going to split of the part of wood. This UV map for UV map wood, and then because I am baking the color map.
No. UV channel 1, UV channel 1, UV channel 1. ist dieser, glaube ich, nicht so wichtig. Okay, na, das war... and another UV channel, VMAP. Yeah. Entire. VMAP. And another. And wheel and cap is the same. Wheel and cap, same texture. You can't join that. Entire and we destroyed nothing. Then okay. So we have cap. Cap. Tile. In there, okay.
In this tutorial, I will show you how to bake multiple materials and click and then drag down and then let go, and this way we can change both values. To go back to objects from the first UV map to two different maps are procedural, so they're not project, and then I do want a little bit of space in between the island 3 to proceed. UV and wrap isn't it's going to use in, so they're going to be able to use, and then you can go to map pixel. So the bigger the object, next what I'm going to do, select each material and add this applied to it. Then you can go right.
This, paste this here and press enter. It's gonna have the wrong go to UV, press OK. By pressing Ctrl J and selecting all your objects.
F4 on your channel and here. I select cup. Okay, let's try UV map.
As the shadows they are forming, come and join me center stage. If you're empty and abstracted and your broken heart is full of rage. In a world of fiction, I am a velvet glove. I am your soul, your resurrection. I am the love. So look out to the west now, see where the devil lies. His pharmacon is with you and your empire it is paralyzed. I'll propagate eternity and seal it with my kiss. So look into the coffin and let me grant your wish. No more bad news. So you can sleep well at night.
Hello and welcome to Gabbett Media. I'm Grant Abbott. On that one, this texture map, it's sometimes to be kind of dull. Now to see the UV map, all maps. Now the camera, the one is maps, a bake and a UV map, the original one. Now the original one is the render.
So let's stop it here. Shut up.
At the moment,
Let's watch
that's
this.
what we'll see. So the camera, we know, and that's a
Big.
bake. If I were to check to, we'll see one. These have for each object, and that's where it's useful to have a plugin. UV map. That's
Big,
what-
big,
if I
big,
put this to-
okay.
Here's UV, the original one, and I'm going to item to edit mode with U, Smart UV project. I'll turn the my image. So we've got a new.
Okay, then unwrap
You can see
this
these ones are really
thing,
close
fuckers.
matching
Yes,
to
yes.
what's
I also
visible in
done
our
this.
viewport or rendered in our viewport. You can see that it changes it. Let's go into edit mode and see what's going on there. So I change from this one, which is the original one, go into edit mode, visible in our viewable. You can see that's what that
No. Fucking retarded. How is this unripped, man? How is this unripped? It's like... Let's do it. You saying me? You tried to... That's okay. The cap is failing. Something. Hide the tire. Hide this. Hide. Hide. Okay. 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 This I can hide. This I can hide. So let's put in some themes. One is failing. Is it this part? It is. It is this part. Sure. I don't see anything selected here. Now. No, it's unwrapping. This and this UV map unwrap. So let's have a look here. Nothing changed.
That one looks like. Now if I change to the bake,
And now we create an image texture. I make a new texture named green. 1K, no alpha. So, cycles, GPU. We. So, output, render, bake, bake. Can I select a UV
we
map?
have that one visible. You can see it's using this new map here. So we have to go from this one. But to do that, I don't need the effect. Okay, so you'd think that it would be simple enough to, but it's plank texture. So if I bake, it's going to bake over this wooden plank. So I'll press O Control. Let's double check it's selected for the stone as well. Only selected, so highlighted
Okay,
white.
I need to select its UV map.
Let's double check it's selected for the stone as well. And we also need to put it into our procedural texture here for this swirly ball. So Control V in here as well. And that's also selected. So with each of these, they've got that texture selected, so Blender knows to bake the information from this to its new UV map, which is selected there, from the renderable one here, the viewed one here, for each of these objects. So I'll go through that just quickly again. So it's going from this one, because it's the rendered icon there, to this one, which is selected now in grey. So that's from this UV map to this UV map. And it's going from the original textures, which are rendered here, to the new textures for each of these objects, the materials that they each have. Okay, it sounds a bit confusing, but that's the process that's going on here. So if I select all of them and go to my rendered properties, make sure you're in cycles, down to bake, I'll choose diffuse, and I'll
diffuse.
turn off direct and indirect, and it's important to change the margin. I'll explain why by leaving it at 16 for the moment. I'll press bake, and you'll see what's going on. The bake panel down the bottom here starts baking.
So now I need this and bake it in this UV map, and let's try again, pressing bake. What happened?
And it will do this for each object, and it appears in here when one's done, and there's the second one, and there's the third, and one down by null cycle. So if I say going from grey, so that's from this UV map to this UV map, and it's going from the original textures, which are rendered here, to the new textures for each of these objects, these materials that they each have. Okay, it sounds a bit confusing, but that's the process that's going on here. So if I select all of them and go to my rendered properties, make sure you're in cycles, down to bake, I'll choose diffuse, and I'll turn off direct and indirect, and it's important to change the margin. I'll explain why by leaving it at 16 for the moment. I'll press bake, and you'll see what's going on. The bake panel down the bottom here starts baking, and it will do this for each object, and it appears in here when one's done, and there's the second one, And there's the third. But you can see we've got problems. If I go into edit mode now, you can see the overlap caused by that margin. So that margin kind of spreads it out onto the other ones. Now usually
So
that's
what
okay,
is it
but
doing
because it's doing it
now?
one at a time, it puts one on top
Why-
of the other. So we need to change that margin so they don't
Why
overlap.
is it
So let's change it
baking
to 3
into
pixels,
an-
it should be fine. Because I've got an island margin of 0.06, all selected, and press bake again.
Why
There's
is
the first one,
this
and there's the stone.
map?
Don't seem to be getting any overlap, so that's good. And there's the swirly ball. Let's just quickly see if there's
Why
an
is
overlap
it
issue.
overwriting
No, we seem to be fine. A little bit
everything?
close there, but we seem to be okay. So let's save that texture. Image, save as. And we know it's saved down here. Now the other thing you'll need to do before you, let's say, export these models to your game or whatever you're doing with them, is to go across to the UV object
How is this possible? How is this working?
data properties. Let's go back to object mode and click one of our
What
objects.
am I
We've still
missing?
change it's one is the one that's being rendered or being shown to us in the viewport. So if I click on each of these, you can see that they've got the original UV map. If I were to change this to bake now with the camera, it won't make any difference because they've still got the same UV map. These UV maps are exactly the same until I re-unwrap it. So I'll change this back to the camera for the original one, and I'm going to unwrap this again using the new bake map. Again, with texture map for all, and I'm not sure why that does that. I think that's some sort of to what's visible in our viewport or rendered in our viewport. You can see that it changes it. Let's go into edit mode and see what's going on there. So I change from this one, which is the original one, and if I make that viewable, you can see that's what that one looks like. Now if I change to the bake and make that one visible, you can see it's across to the baked one.
What should be
Create a new one at the
selected?
top here, and I'm going to call this bake all 3 because this is my third time of doing this. I don't need the alpha because there's no transparency yet, because Blender doesn't change this to the shader texture. So I'll just copy this one for now, Shift D to duplicate, get rid of this panel. We will need to place this texture. So I'll just copy this one for now, Shift D to duplicate, and change that to all bake 3. Okay, so you'd think that it would be simple enough to now have that image selected, select all these and press bake, and it would bake onto this image. But it isn't quite that simple, unfortunately, because if I go into object mode again and select my wooden plank, you can see that the active texture for the wooden plank is this one up here, the wooden plank texture. So if I bake, it's going to bake over this wooden plank. So I need to have, let's click on the stone again, this all bake texture. So I'll press Control C to copy it in the plank material as well. So Control.
Okay. Made. Medium shiny.
V, put it in there, and make sure it is definitely selected, so highlighted white. Let's double check it's selected for the stone as well. And we also need to put it into our procedural texture here for the swirly ball. So Control V in here as well. And that's also selected. So with each of these, they've got that texture selected, so Blender knows to bake the information from this to its new UV map, which is selected there, from the renderable one here, the viewed one here, for each of these objects. So I'll go through that just quickly again. So it's going from this one, because it's the rendered icon there, to this one, which is selected now in grey. So that's from this UV map to this UV map. And it's going from the original textures, which are rendered here, to the new textures for each of these objects, these materials that they each have. Okay, it sounds a bit confusing, but that's the process that's going on here. So if I select all of them and go to my rendered properties, make sure you're in cycles, down to bake, I'll choose diffuse.
What happened
And I'll
again?
turn off direct and indirect. And it's important to change the margin. I'll explain why by leaving it at 16 for the moment. I'll press bake.
It
you'll see
isn't
what's going
baking
on. The bake
anything.
panel down the bottom here starts baking, and it will do this for each object. And it appears in here when one.
Okay, we're making this for each object. Why can't I do that?
It's done. And there's the second one. So I'll go through that just quickly again. So it's going from this one, because it's the rendered icon there, these objects, these materials that they each have. And it's important to change the margin. I'll explain one's done and see we've got problems. And at the moment, I'll press bake and you'll see what's going on. The bake panel down the bottom here starts baking and it will do this for each object and you'll see what's going on. The bake panel down the bottom here starts baking and it will do this for each object. And it appears in here when one's done.
What does this mean? What? Why? Why the fuck are you doing this to me? I have here one time, one this can join, re-editing, shading, yeah. UV map, render, bake. What does that mean? Where is it? Select the target mesh with the image texture, check. Why isn't it baking? I don't know.
In this tutorial, I will show you how it also has this wooden pole
I know.
object. So I'm in the shading tab. On the new button to create a new image, and then on the
We
name
create a new
installs.
image
Now
called
the width and height is going to
X
determine
in
the
the
4K texture.
wooden part.
UV editing workspace, and then I'm going to press the tab key to go back to object mode, and then what I need to do is just select all the objects. So if you only have a single object with, so I'm going to feed like tone the big object, and so
Then he does unwrapping everything, but in which
we're
region?
not using UV mapping. But if you're using materials which have texture maps, then you may already
Okay.
bake the in more of, and then in I'm gonna make the texture map and isn't it. So to make sure there's no overlapping, you can press select over in the. So we can now go over the bake settings. So if you click right up here on the render properties, right here on the render engine, you need to be using cycles render because Eevee doesn't support baking. Now if your scene is using
Super
render Eevee,
click
that's
on
totally
a
fine.
wood
You can just switch it to cycles,
part.
then you can do the baking, and then you can switch it all the way down to the bake if base color you need for your all of the because in Dread. This part metallic value 3 maps. Now because I'm finished baking the color maps, I can select the metal materials, and right here on the metallic values I can turn these back to 1.
I don't know. Why can't I bake more textures into that? I have this UV map. Then I want my tire. This UV map to be baked. Diffuse. Oh, Rhetoric, thank you for your follow. For your raid, sorry. Elder TV, thank you for the follow. Thank you guys.
Upon this world of fiction, my love I will bestow.
Thank you, Kit, for the follow. Thank you. I try to bake 2 textures into 1 right now. And then on 5 o'clock I want to try the new Dying Light game. In 2 hours. Oh, but baking does nothing. Why? Why? Can anyone explain this? Yeah, cool. To see me failing. I don't know what the issue is. I did this, I think, 2 years ago. And now I don't know how to do this anymore. Bake 2 textures into one. I have this and I have this. And I can't bake. Always break. Leaking will save to internal image. What is this? What is this shit? Ah, okay. Okay. Map. Now I understand. 582. 582. Map 580. And what we have here, map 581. And now, God, what is happening here? So, what is this piece of shit? Map 583. I want to save it as new image. I have all images here. We have all images here. Okay, map 583. This we have not. This is wheel D. Wheel D. Wheel D. Like so I need to put the textures in there. That is white, that is white. Why is it white? What is this? This is normal. Where is this? This is wheel S, I think. Why I can't select this shit? I have map again. Why is this map and not my texture? Wheel D. I have a new idea. I have a new idea. Remove that. Let's try the blend file. The low one. Oh, let's put that in that folder here. I open. Okay, now we are talking. Okay, okay. So let's join this shit. We can join it. And here we have meat shiny. Oh, map. What is that? It is normal? No, specular map. Specular map. It is that. Okay. The meat. What is this? That's the rim. And this one has textures here. Windy. The question I have, can I bake that now? So let's put in a new VMap that is selected, go into shading, put in a new image texture, call this relay text. We don't need an alpha, and let's try to make this fucking It's doing something. Yeah, yeah. Oh no. Mix, thank you for your follow. Thank you. What is he doing now? Is he picking 3 textures? Come on, come on. Okay. It has still this issue. Why does it change? Why does it change the look? I don't understand it. Let's fix this shit. Open, don't save. Open this shit. Let's fix this shit. Really. So here we have working texture. No. What is that? Map. Titles. Okay, it's a black one. Five, eight, three. What is 583? So I need to fix mate tire. What is there? Auto map. I have normal map on the tire. F81. 81. Yes, 01. It is dead. I can't select it. Why? IS. It puts in map this. Why? Can't understand. Why is it crashing my textures? Oh, it's big. 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 So let's do which texture. Big. So I need it in shiny, I need it in tire, I need it in meat. I don't know. I put it everywhere. So let's do cycles, UV maps, bake is selected, okay. Bake is this. So let's try to now. So this is selected, this is selected. Bake it like I want it. Yeah, I see, I see.
What? Think you could say me like you got or something? I've been put about the way, I ain't been starting nothing. I done spent a couple million on them lawyer fees. Cause when you really stand on business, it's gonna cost some money. And I looked at shit like it was normal, it was off the muscle. When I get back and start performing, it's gonna cost you double. When I stay silent in my morals, yeah, it cost me plenty. When I'm inside her, it's like water, she gon' toss me under. So where the lifeguard at? Cause I'm not trying to float away, I'm just trying to know your name. Every time you see him out, act like you don't know them names. Every time I'm leaving out, I watch all three of my mirrors and check the cameras before I leave the house. Make sure ain't no snakes around my land, I gotta weed them out. Better stay out my face, cause I'm a man and I'll bleed you down. A man, I wanna see you smile. A man, I wanna see you strong. A man, I wanna see you down. A man to tell you come outside. A man that wanna see you now. Right now. Yeah, like I wanna see you right motherfucking now. Like, get here. Think you can save me like you got or something? I've been ducked off out the way, I ain't been starting nothing. Cause I done spent a couple million on them lawyer fees. And spent some more on people say I never bought them nothing. They say they love you, then they act like they ain't never love you. You go through shit and yeah, you act like it ain't never nothing. That young and hurting, he need love, so you can't tell him nothing. He got that 40 in his backpack, he ain't scared of nothing. They think they know you niggas.
So, okay. I think this is working.
You rather post up at the store or something, and we can't save you. You know, and it's just some people, man, unfortunately, you know.
Okay, this isn't selected.
I might be one of them. I might be one of them niggas, you know. Baby, you can't say, nigga.
I selected. I wasn't selected again.
You know, put my faith in God.
Why? What the fuck happened here? I didn't change the UV map. Tant Serif 49. Thank you for your follow. Okay. This is working now, but why? Why does it? Why is this happening? Back, tire. I need to begin again. So. No. Let's download. So, yep, has shiny. Didn't change that. What I need is making maps for every part that is selected. Then I use every thing. No. Let's unwrap the wheel. Let's no. Yes. Yes. It's smaller. Put it here. Yes, this, make it smaller. Put it here. And take this. Okay. And now all of them Egg Islands. And it's bad. No, I don't. I use Blender Kit. I use a rig tool for Unreal and Power Save. Let's try the UV pack, and I use UV Pack Master. So this doesn't really matter. Close it. Overlapping nothing. Okay. So nothing should be changed, really. Okay. Now we go into the textures, put in a texture. Let's make save, put in an image texture called lean X. No alpha. So we need that here. Let's put it anywhere. Let's put it here, select it. Let's put it here, select it. Let's put it here, select it. Tiny. Iron. Okay. So this is the UV map we want to use, and here, what happened here now? I didn't change anything. It's an empty texture, man. Why? Why is this happening? I saved. All is okay here. When I went to search image texture, new green text, no alpha. Okay. Now I have 3 of them. Okay. Sorry, this was the issue. I need to select here and okay. Here I changed them. Didn't touch the material editor for a long time. So now we have everything wrapped. We have everything selected. Let's bake it with cycles into a diffuse map. Only with color and bake. image save as. Sorry. Need. Green face color. Now we do the roughness. Green roughness, and now we're making the normal. Then we have this image save as normal. So let's put them all together now. We have can join them and delete that. We can delete that and can use a new one called green text, and there I put in color and roughness, and it looks like shit. Oh no, it looks like shit. Why? Let's try again. We have. Let's join all together. Now we have 3 textures all selected. Unwrapped. Fine. Put in. Use now. Do I need to bake it 3 times? I don't know. Let's do mate. In 1 hour, Dying Light is released, I hope. Dying Light the Beast. Cool, cool. 2 hours. In 2 hours, okay. Now we're talking. Yes, yes. Now we have a base image. Base color. Then we make this. So now we have roughness and last one is normal. So now we have a normal, save as normal. Okay. Save it. And now put it in. Using this one, new material called green text. And here we put in my base color. Yes, this is what I want to see. Roughness and my normal map. Yes. Why I don't see the text I had before. It is in. Okay, this is roughness, sorry. Normal. Put in the normal. Strength. Wheel tags. Wheel tag. Why? Roughness, space color. Is it called wheel tag? Okay, that's my last texture. But why doesn't it have normal map here? Okay. Let something wrong here. Where is tire? Tire. Let repeat single image non-color. And bump. He's using bump. Bump normal. Let's think. Okay. I can see something. It's ugly as fuck. What am I seeing here? Bump. Let's try this. Same value. No, not here. And what is this shit? Okay, bump isn't working. Normal map. Let's try corner to corner strings put up now. Too much string. It's so glossy. It's always glossy and it's okay like this now. So for reference, now we saved that as we saved that purge unused data file Back resources, file, save as. We this is so reopen my project called Grunt. And we collection. Did I code this ween? I code this ween. No, that's the wrong one. Pinned. E as its grant weaves. Here. Connection wheel. So where is it? Let's see it. Where is it? So how big are the original wings? They are this big. And now we can talk. Does it need more space to the right to work? The suspension is clipping, I think. I need it here. So that wheel is called rear left. Front left. Does it need so it's so fucking wide? But when the spring is working, it's clipping here. Except I do 1 millimeter of suspension. No, that is it. I need to widen this markers. I need to remove the wings. Let's turn that. Over here. No, we need to make this and this. Bit more. Let's say go away. R3. Let's say 0.8. T minus 0.8. T 1.4. 1.4. Minus 1.4. Okay. Let's put the wings on. It can be more here. There no lock. Need to be here to work properly. That's what a RC car looks like. It's ridiculously wide, but that's RC car. They look like this. I don't know. They need it. They need it. So let's hide the body. How can I fit this? I want this wider. No, that's shit. That's shit. Hi, Smash. Oh, it looks a bit stretched. Can we do that? But it can move now. It can move now. And this one needs to be here somewhere. And this one not be stretched. So now I can duplicate that. When I mirror that, one moment, cursor to world origin, object set origin to 3D cursor, mirror that, and what happened now? With one UV map, okay. And when I separate them, what happened then? Nothing. Very good. Very good. This is what I want. Set origin to 3D cursor, mirror it, apply, separate that fucker and call it front right. And this is rear right. And now we have textured wheels. And we are ready to rig now. 1 hour left, maybe, for dying light. 1 hour. Short break, guys. Short break. So now I want to clean up. We don't need these wheels. I need another wheel here. To the body. Let's duplicate that. And wheel back. This wheel we set origin to geometry. And we put it here. It needs to be scaled a bit. Let's rotate it first. Like this. Local G. We are here and scale it. And so that is in the body. So let's remove it. We don't need the original shit. It's for reference. Remove that. So now we have wheels, we have think about what is body and what is root and how to separate that. I need to select vehicle base. But it doesn't matter. Do I need? What did I on my first car? Let's try. My first car was I don't find it like this. I find it this way. Blender. Eraser, no. 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 Eraser 3 was it? No. Plus 1 scale, small, Eraser 3. That was my first car, and what is base here? That part isn't connected to them. Okay. Does that mean? What should I do with the... Okay, doesn't matter. Let's try to rig this shit. So we need to set unit scale 001 length centimeters, bone length. No, first of all, we need to set the vehicle size. And this one has... Where is it? This one has size 25 centimeters. It's working correctly. Meters. And I need to watch my size here. What do I have? 37. Okay. It's better here, about 30. I think. This has 25. It is 6. It has almost perfect size. This is 29. I have now 28. 27. That's okay. Let's try it with 28. So hide the body. That is root. That is root. So now we need to set object origins, object origins. We need to set origins to the axis of this shit. So let's hide this. I need the axis of this. Is it completely selected? No, I think not. No. Cursor to selected. Cursor to selected. So now we have the middle point of this axis and we set origin to 3D cursor. But we need to separate them. We need real and this should be left. So now let's join this. Let's hide them. Don't want to do that now. This needs to have an axis where? Where is it? There. I need it. I don't know. This shouldn't be moving at all. Oh, okay. I'm moving up and down. I need an axis here. Let's try this trick. Yes, yes. Okay. What is this? What is this selected? I will only want this and this. Cursor to selected. Okay, and now object set origin 3D cursor. Let's separate this. This is L. This one. This one needs to be separated and call the turn back R. Okay. What is this and what is this? Also in there. Okay. Need to separate this again. And now it's only this. Okay. And we need the turning point. I don't know. Exactly here, object set origin to 3D cursor. So, and this one should move only up and down. Does this turn? I think this part is turning. I need So what is about Dying Light? I want to play that. I want to play that. So that needs to be 3D cursor geometry. But when I put that into the engine, it puts onto the bone. Let me think. We can fix that later when the wheels don't fit. So we need geometry. This should be turning. This has good origin. What about this? Object set origin. Object set origin. So this needs to be joined with this and that. So let's do this side. We need origin again here. Oh god, selecting this is cancel. Set origin to 3D cursor. Okay. Now this part also moves needs an origin point. Yep. And this needs origin point. We took this loop and this loop. So selected and origin is here. I do that to move it like this. That's the plan for now. This also can be moved like this. This also. Can I move all three of them? No. Oh yes. So again, let's do this here. Hide that. 35. I think I'm hungry. I probably take a short break now and waiting for the release and eating. I don't know. I need to eat anyway. Short break. Yes, yes, yes. So let's separate this. Where is it? Front right arm. This is front left arm. No, this is front right. And this is front left. So front left, front right, front right arm, front left arm. Now let's separate this. And this is and this is front left. So this needs to have the origin point again. Hmm. This no what okay. Let's see it. Okay. Origin point is here, and this one we need exactly it. Oh god, this model I fucked up really hard. Can't select any loops. Oh god. Why can't I select any loop? This is a fine loop. But that model is triangulated. That's probably why. No, man. What if I try this? Ha. Nice. What is happening here? Well, mark sharp or mark no, seam. We don't change seams. You don't change seams now. So let's select okay, that model is fucked up. But no one sees that. No one can see that. And now we have the middle. And now we set the origin. Nice. And now we can rotate it here. So, what is the beast saying? Yes, das joinen. Und dann das separated zone. And then it's L1. And the origin of this, I don't know. Should be here. I don't know, man. I need one here. Why is that moving? That needs to get in there. $10 minutes, 10 minutes, 13 minutes, I think. How can I change language? It's German on my system. Where's language? Can I change language? Here, I can change to English. So I take some minutes off. I make something to eat now, and I can start a YouTube video probably. These are 10 minutes. So let's try to save everything that I don't need to save, and so I eating now. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
What can you tell me about the Baron?
He's a narcissistic sociopath. He's experimenting on humans like they're lab rats. God only knows what the Baron's planning to do with those monsters.
Do I need graphics updates? No.
I don't care how high his walls are or how big his army is. That fucker will pay for what he did to me. All the years he took from me. All the agony he put me through.
You want revenge?
Damn right I do!
Hashtag no ad. So let's try to close. Close this, close this, close. Where is it? Where is it?
Es ist Zeit. Dreizehn Jahre hat er mich gequält. Sie werden alle für das bezahlen, was sie mir angetan haben. Mein Name ist Kyle Crane. Und ich bin endlich entkommen. Es ist Zeit. Dreizehn Jahre hat er mich gequält.
Let's watch some Dying Light. The Beast. What is out there?
Weapons I tried was really solid. All feel. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ty, and today we're going to be talking about my honest thoughts about Dying Light the Beast, because I've played a lot. Techland didn't allow us to play the full game, but a demo that we could replay as many times as we wanted. Because of that, a lot of things are subject to change, and I haven't experienced the full game's story or explored its full map, but we'll be talking about pretty much every other major part of this game. So, let's waste no time and start off with one of the game's biggest new additions. Techland said Beast Mode isn't coming back for the next game, and I know that makes a lot of people happy, but to me it's a bit of a shame because this feels like a really solid foundation. You have a full new skill tree of abilities that can allow you to leap high into the air, sprint crazy fast, and tear everything to shreds, showing how brutal this game can get. There are special beast finishers for every type of human or infected you come across, although there is only one per special infected that I saw, but they never got born to use. Early on in the game, you won't be able to control when it activates, and you can change that later on, but you do have a beast meter to keep track of when it'll be ready. Beast mode did come in handy often, a lot of time for parkour, but I do look forward to having a mod that can allow us to turn this gray filter off. It was actually nice having it activate out of nowhere because it activated at the most random of times, allowing me to jump up and get to places I didn't think I could. I can't wait to see what it's like when you and your 3 co-op buddies also go wild and out in beast mode, because from what I experienced, while I wish there were crazier endgame skills to look forward to, the whole system is just really damn fun. I'd say overall guns are great and feel very impactful. Those headshots sometimes blast the head open and you can't help but just say, damn. My only criticism is people don't surrender when you aim at them. That's about it. Melee combat, on the other hand, has gotten a pretty big improvement from the second game, at least in my eyes. The random bandits in the Baron's menu fight react much more realistically to your attacks, or just your general presence. They notice your flashlight, they come searching if they hear gunshots, they throw grenades at the truck if you're driving by, things like that. I also noticed humans are a little less common in the open world compared to the last games, and I think that's for the best. A lot of time they were just chilling in a random house I was about to go search. Their spawn points were much more unpredictable than I was expecting. And when there's a few of these guys trying to corner you, you really do feel overwhelmed. There were some satisfying fights going on. I showed this before, but these people actually know who you are. When you go into beast mode, they run away knowing your true power. And when they spot you, they call out your name. Lots of cool little additions like that.
Time's up, Crane.
The variety of weapons I tried was really solid, all feeling very good to use, especially that shovel. They definitely feel more impactful than they did during the hands-on preview event. Weapon degradation is another thing back from the first game, meaning the more you use it, the more busted up it'll look. And once you pop on a weapon mod is when you really step it up, and I really do love the visual look. Like, the actual effect of the weapon looks cool, it really does, they all look great. But the actual handcrafted look of the mods just adds a little bit something to it, it's hard for me to explain. But there's a decent variety of these
Shouldn't
weapon
it be
mods
live
too,
now?
you get by doing secret little puzzles that I won't spoil, but if you really want to know where one is, you can go watch this video. I initially was frustrated by how often a zombie can grab onto you during the other times I played the game, but this time
I
around, you can get like a grab
change
so much easier, just making the combat feel much better overall. Now, there is also a pretty good
category
variety of
now.
special weapons. You can expect to hear the word
Diamond.
variety a lot, just saying.
Right.
But my favorite special weapon was
Yes.
originally the flamethrower. It's the type of weapon I've always wanted in these sort of games. But that grenade launcher really grew on me, it really did. Every time I reset the demo, I usually spawned in with the launcher, and when I start pulling it out during chases was when I fully realized the true potential of this thing. Alright, so there you go. And the Salt Blade Launcher, on the other hand, was pretty cool, similar to the one you find in Dead Island 2, although it's the weapon I find myself leaning towards the least out of all the special ones. So, combined with the gore system and the fact that you can repair them on the fly without a workbench, I'm really excited to see what Easter egg weapons Techland has hidden around Castler Woods, because they always have a few. The parkour in this game is very similar to the second one, although Kyle has his own movesets to make him feel like his own person, you know? One thing that's cool is as you level up, your parkour animations change, and so Kyle will learn to grab onto things more efficiently. There is also no parkour stamina bar, and Techland even went as far as to remove it from the second game. With that said, if you played a Dying Light game before, then the skill tree is going to look really familiar. The beast abilities themselves are where it gets different, but even then, there doesn't look to be anything that blew me away, but of course, it's all subject to change. One thing I loved is how they factored parkour into the environment, with a lot of buildings having monkey bars that don't look noticeable at first, but can come in handy. In general, there is a ton of different things you can jump onto to break your fall, like piles of leaves, cars, big banners. I think they found a really good balance between the first and second game, plus it's finally nice to see Kyle live up to that wall run concept art, as that's one of the abilities you have unlocked from the very beginning. The driving in this game actually really surprised me, one by how quick it runs out of gas, which you can replenish at gas stations or other cars, but also by where you can take it. A past complaint I had when driving was feeling a little restricted, and honestly, that feeling is completely gone. But this time around, I like seeing the truck doing stunts, plowing through zombies, driving up sketchy areas, and just seeing what weird places you can get to. Now, just saying, you are not invincible in this thing. Trying to run over a demolisher won't go very well. But I will say, it's a good tool to get out of chases. You can get it to go fairly fast, however, I do wish there were modifications to get it going even faster. That's really my biggest complaint with the truck overall. It feels like a step back from what the first game tried to do, with the fact that you can't really do much with it besides change the skin. There is a decent variety of those, I will admit. It just sort of feels like a missed opportunity to bring cars back, but not really expand upon them. The UV light being automatically attached is a nice addition though, I'll give it that. The trucks are very fun to use, lots of cool jump spots and things along those lines, and I'm sure for many people, that's all they need. You can take the truck to a lot of different places, and in general the map feels really dense. In terms of scale, I do think it is on the smaller end, but I always found myself discovering new things, even in the limited demo spaces I could go. Like Old Town alone has so many cool secrets to discover, with there being hidden treasure maps around that could lead you to getting better supplies. Things in the second game that would be considered common that are here much more rare, like military medkits or UV flares. Dark zones are back as well, this time all having their own unique identity instead of being like 10 Jiri labs and 15 of the same looking store, you know? Some of these buildings are actually pretty small, but they usually lead to you getting a new weapon or gear piece. Which, I wasn't ever a big fan of the gear system in the second game, a lot of it having to do with the look of the gear itself. But this time around, every clothing piece I found here felt like something Kyle would actually wear. Now, there are caves hidden around the map, basements within buildings you wouldn't expect, vents that can bring you from one floor of the building to the next without a howler giving away your position. They did a nice job making exploration interesting, but also making the stealth pretty fun too. Just be careful around the tree lines. A lot of the time there's a howler chilling in there waiting to swarm you with virals. Another thing I liked was the fact that I was actually starting to recognize certain locations after playing for so long. If I jump back into Dying Light 2, I can name a few places like the Bazaar or the Peacekeeper ship, but here I was starting to no longer need the map at all. You really do feel an actual sense of dread trying to avoid volatiles again, although once you unlock some of those special weapons, it's when I started to really enjoy the thrill of the chase. We are truly back to the era of nights in these games being a bit terrifying again, and since the demo has gotten even freakier with them making the nights darker, adding more volatile movements, and just making them more reactive in general. From my experience though, a lot of the tension at night had to do with the sound design, and especially the music. The chase music from the second game was cool, but this felt different in such an odd and good way I didn't expect. The music in this game brings a little more soul to that Castor Woods ambience, and a lot of the time just makes you think like, what the hell am I listening to, in the best type of way. The dynamic parkour music from the second game isn't back, besides for specific occasions like boss fights, chases, and driving around, but that's about it. Honestly, it was such a cool system that I can't help but be a little bit let down that it isn't back. For those that don't know, it allowed the music to sync to your parkour movements, so every jump, every big movement you played into the soundtrack while you're doing your thing. If they bring back the same composer for the next game, I hope they consider bringing back that dynamic element as well. But at the same time, the soundtrack is so good here that I didn't really think about that feature lacking. I was just kind of swept up in the mood, the soundtrack, the atmosphere. I will say, if you like the first game soundtrack with that you know what I'm talking about, that Dying Light 1 beat, you're gonna be happy with how they remix that into the new one, because they do it a lot. When I play these sorts of games, I like to immerse myself into their world, discover how everything ended up the way it did, and here you really do feel like this place was once thriving. As I mentioned, exploration is interesting, but it gets even better when you factor in the new weather mechanics, which are a step up from what the last games tried to do. There's a dynamic cloud system, and I've had a lot of requests to show off the rain as well, and I don't blame them, it looks great for the most part. Like sometimes it looks a little weird, but overall it looks pretty good. And keep in mind, everything you see is without ray tracing, so it can look even better than this. Most of what I've seen outside looks great, whether it's cloudy or sun blazing, but those interiors and underground parts are when the atmosphere is at its strongest. And there are a lot of underground areas, more than you'd think. There is a lot I love about Dying Light the Beast. Every interior feels unique and once lived in. The vehicles are an absolute blast to drive around no matter the terrain. The look of zombies themselves are the creepiest they've ever been in these games, but the one thing that has stuck out to me the most is in fact the cutscenes. I know that's pretty weird to say, but let me explain. I'll put it to you straight. I've waited 8 years for this. The reason I started this channel to begin with was because I wanted to make a Dying Light movie, more specifically my own story in the Dying Light universe, using Dying Light as a sandbox, and so I did. Eventually, I turned some of the first game's most pivotal moments into short movies, like the first time you encounter a volatile or the final fight against Rise. I've always viewed this series with a cinematic perspective, hoping one day a mainline game would get similar treatment, as it's always been first person, besides a few rare occurrences in the second game, and as you can see, they actually did it. They pull away from the eyes of Kyle and add a whole new layer of ambition to it, letting you play as if you're watching a Dying Light movie. but they still do cut back to first person occasionally and flawlessly. It does feel a bit weird seeing Kyle's face after
Still
years
not
only seeing his blank
available.
monotone face through a Call of Buddy, and now it feels more personal, getting to see his pain, the emotion on his face. If this really is Kyle's final game, like some, including myself, have been theorizing, then I feel like it should feel climactic, and I have a good feeling it will. I can see why a lot of people will miss the immersive, fully first-person experience all from the eyes of Kyle, but I do think they found a good balance of it here. It really is a full-circle moment for Techland too, because their first zombie game, Dead Island, back in 2011 had a cinematic story with the occasional first-person stuff similar to what we have here. So it's cool to see them return to that element, and you could say evolve it or modernize it. But all in all, I am very happy it's back. So, I have to say, after putting over 50 hours into a demo alone, I've come away really satisfied with what I played. I can't say it feels like something completely new for these games, as a lot of what I played retreads what the series does best, and that's the thing. It feels like a combination of these games' best elements, and I'm gonna say it, I'm glad it's taken as long as it has. I really am. They've made so many changes in the past few months by listening to the community, paying attention to what creators like myself have to say. The game has come a long way from this to this, and the wait is finally over. Thank you all for joining me here today. There really wasn't any red flags in my entire experience. It was just a ton of fun, and I hope you feel similar. If you enjoyed, then feel free to like the video, subscribe if you want to see more, and stop by for the next one, folks.
Story so far. No, I want nothing from the story. A story so far. We can watch that.
My name is Kyle Crane, and I survived the apocalypse. When the virus hit, I was a mercenary for hire, selling my skills to the highest bidder. An organization called the GRE dropped me into the quarantine city of Haran to recover a top-secret file from a rogue agent. Right after landing, I was attacked by a pack of infected, but a group of survivors saved me. The one who pulled me out was Jade. If it wasn't for her, and the others at the tower, I'd be just another undead freak wandering the streets. And then there was Spike. He was like a brother to me. Turned out Haran wasn't what the media was selling us. The GRE had dropped me into the middle of a nightmare. The virus had ripped through the city, turning people into monsters. But the biggest monster of all was Rice, a warlord who ruled the city with an iron fucking fist. He was the one who stole that secret file. Turns out the GRE weren't the humanitarian agency they pretended to be. They didn't want a cure. They wanted a weapon. I managed to stop them, but in the process, I lost everyone I cared about. And then, I escaped Haran and hid out in the countryside, where a strange cult had taken control. The Children of the Sun followed a religious leader they called the Mother. She did something to me. She changed me. Clinging to my last shred of humanity, I was hunted by the GRE for months, for years. Finally, they caught me. Locked me in a cage like an animal. And then, the real horror began.
Okay.
Look, I don't think we're going out on a limb here by saying that Dying Light 2 was, for many people, kind of a mildly disappointing follow-up to the original game. Now, it's not that Dying Light 2 was all that bad of a game. I mean, it was far from perfect, but on its own terms, it's a pretty decent open world game. I did the before you buy video for it, and I still recommended it, but comparing it directly to the first Dying Light, which was just lightning in a bottle with its design and gameplay systems and feel, the second game fell short of, I think, what some fans and critics really wanted with a sequel. Now with this new Dying Light the Beast, it seems like developers Techland are trying to bring the series back to what everyone really liked about the first game, while still attempting to evolve the formula somewhat. The interesting thing about this game is that while it's selling for $60 and is, according to the developers, a fully featured standalone game, it was originally envisioned as DLC for Dying Light 2. But has greatly expanded in scope the past few years of development. So at the core, the gameplay and mechanics are going to feel closer to Dying Light 2, but they still seem to be putting as much effort as possible to make this new game feel more like the first Dying Light, or at least that's what they're trying to get across in the marketing. You know, I'm gonna be cynical, but like, look, they're bringing back the original protagonist, Kyle Crane. The story is back to being linear, and most of the popular elements from the original seem to be coming back with the Beast. This could be the big comeback that this series needs. Now, not because Dying Light 2 was that terrible, again, we don't think it's that bad, but because that original Dying Light 1 was just so good. We just want more of that, not what the sequel was trying to do. So before the new game releases, let's dive into all of the known info about this new one and see if this is Techland's big comeback zombie game. Now, this video isn't sponsored and we haven't played the game yet, so keep your eye out for our full critique, the before you buy video, the final verdict when the game actually launches. But one of the things with this game that did caught our eye is how night is handled. It's one of the more highly criticized elements of the sequel, and for good reason. In the first game, night was terrifying, while in the sequel, it felt more like a slight inconvenience. For the Beast, Techland looks like it's trying to make the night something to fear again, with changes and tweaks to make nighttime feel especially dangerous and challenging and oppressive. And to give them a little credit, Techland did go and update Dying Light 2 to make nights darker and more dangerous, but it was all just like too little too late. The Beast is using some of what they learned with the night updates for the sequel, while apparently making many more changes to enhance it. Nighttime in the Beast is dark as hell from the gameplay sequences we've seen out there, the preview stuff. Like, look at it, especially if you're out in the wilderness. Well, it looks like the city areas are gonna have like flaming barrels around here and there to, you know, give little light pinpoints so it's not all pitch black. But the volatiles, the hyper aggressive and deadly zombie variants, are the focus here. They hunt at night, they search for you in the darkness, and if they stop you, then they're extremely deadly. Now, it sounds like Techland has put in a lot of work making the volatiles effective and scary hunters with more varied attacks and apparently more realistic animations. Everything they're saying sounds like the nighttime gameplay will be a lot closer to what we got in the first game, which will hopefully bring back some of those tense moments where you're like stuck out at night and you're forced into this desperate retreat back to a safe zone. That shit hit so well in the original game. The constant danger of night is just what made that first game stand out as an open world and as a survival horror game. It's the special sauce that made that game work so well. So hopefully the Beast actually manages to make the night as terrifying as it should be. Hopefully it's not all just marketing speak. Because look, they hyped up the night stuff in Dying Light 2 and that ended up not being so much, so we're gonna have to wait and see. But nighttime mechanics aren't the only thing that are getting an overhaul in this new game, because another widely criticized element of the sequel was how floaty and unrealistic the parkour felt. It was just one of the many ways they were trying to make the sequel more accessible and more open, but it kind of missed the mark of the feel of the original game. So for the Beast, according to the developers, they're taking the basics of the parkour system from Dying Light 2, which this game is still mostly built on top of, but making changes to the weight of the jumps to make them feel a little more like an actual person again and not Super Mario. It's a fine line that they need to thread here, but the template is there. The first game got it just about perfect. So as long as the game's movement is gonna feel like that, then we'll be happy. Their goal here seems to be to make parkour a little more challenging. They still want us to be able to climb everywhere and anywhere and enjoy the freedom of movement, but there needs to be at least a little skill to pull off, you know, the more tricky maneuvers. On default, there will be no parkour assistance at all, so it's all just down to your skills if you want to survive. But that does at least imply that there will be certain parkour assists for players who want to turn that on. So they're offering options to players who want them, I guess. From previews and stuff that we've seen out there, it does sound like jumping is definitely heavier. Maybe a little too heavy, because some people who previewed the game reported missing their jumps even when it seemed like they should make it. But that's a preview of a work in progress build. The game is still being tweaked up until release, so we don't know for sure. Hopefully they balance that challenge just right. And speaking of previews, from looking at a lot of like influencers and reporters and game journalists and people who have gotten their hands on an early version of the game, it seems like combat may be improved. Apparently it's more aggressive and you can more easily get taken out by a couple of zombies. And good, that's good. Zombies should feel threatening. That's why we play zombie games, right? But apparently you get takedown moves now, which is pretty cool. Like you can weaken enemies and then do a takedown, kind of like a glory kill from Doom. And what's cool is that apparently, according to developers, there's way more gore and you're gonna be able to dismember zombies more. I'm always down for that. Now, the presence of firearms has always been like a debated or talked about thing with this series. In the first game, some people took issue
Why?
with firearms being
Needs to be
such
online
a
now.
melee-focused game. And then in the sequel, they removed the guns, and then people kind of wish there were some guns. So look, opinions about guns in the Dying Light series are kind of all over the place. Some people seem to like it, some people hate them, but at least for the Beast,
I like
you
it.
need to know that guns are here, and it seems like, kind of more like Dying Light 1, they're once again a big part of the experience. It's just one more way in which this new game seems like it's going to just try to be more like the original. So from what we've seen, there are
It's
pistols,
1720.
assault rifles, crossbows, a
Still
flamethrower, and you're
not
just fighting
available.
with melee weapons this time. There are once again armed guards and bandits to deal with that will require shooting skills, melee, and even a little stealth to deal with. Personally, I mean, looking back at Dying Light 1, I thought guns gave the series some variety and a satisfying sense of progression, so I'm cool with bringing guns.
Frederik, danke für dein Follow.
But I understand
18
the
Uhr.
concerns, and I just hope they find a good fine line, a
Ja.
good balance. You don't want guns completely replacing melee
Nicht
weapons,
vorher.
but you also don't want them to be too underpowered. So with that, the jury's still out. We're just gonna have to wait and see.
Steht nämlich schon sehr lange, weniger als eine Stunde. Steht schon
Leveling up works,
seit
if you remember, instead of just a standard
halb
experience
5
system,
steht das ungefähr schon
like a
da.
hybrid Morrowind system where you'd gain combat, parkour, and survival-based skills, like experience based on when you did that stuff, which was a cool and thematic system, but it sometimes led to having some lopsided skill progression. Now, one thing we noticed with the Beast is that apparently they're eliminating this system, replacing it with like a more standard experience system where you can put points wherever you want to level up. You just get the same experience for doing
Keine Ahnung, was mache ich
it's no
noch?
longer split up into different categories. The experience system was something even fans of the original games were never exactly happy about. It's not a bad system, but there was no reason not to just go with a standard leveling
Halbe
system, especially
Stunde.
for such an action-heavy game like this. Now, judging from the trailers and stuff, the plot of The Beast is that Kyle Crane was captured and experimented on for years by this evil dude, and he was apparently infected with zombie DNA. Now, it's not clear if this was supposed to be from the ending to the following DLC, or if it's some new development, I don't know, but either way, Kyle now has the ability to tap into his monster side and literally enter beast mode, where he gets increased power and agility and some new tricks like being able to pick up boulders and be stronger and throw shit around. Beast mode is apparently triggered by filling up a meter after giving or receiving damage. At first, it's unpredictable and not always that effective, according to people who played the game in the preview. Sometimes you'll trigger beast mode at the end of a fight, so you're just wandering around powered up with nothing to use it on. But from at least one preview, it does appear that there will be an unlockable skill that makes it so you can toggle beast mode manually. These powers are controlled by the new skill tree, which is leveled up separately from the standard combat and parkour trees. To get points and increase the beast tree, you have to hunt down and apparently kill unique bosses in the environment. Now, becoming more powerful temporarily sounds like fun. It's a good new variation for these games, but we'll have to wait and see whether it kind of undermines the horror atmosphere the developers were trying to always build with these games. Like, if you feel like Superman, is it going to kill the vibe? I don't know, but I want to get my hands on it. Now, in terms of the size
Was
of
kann ich noch machen? Dann starte ich nochmal Brenda. Gut, dann machen wir da weiter. Nochmal Musik ein. Kategorie tue ich jetzt nicht ändern. So. Let's do that. So, nochmal zum Reifen. Soll das sein? Na, da habe ich sie schon gekriegt. One point four. Centimeter. Many was that? I rescaled it. No. That's not good. That's... That. Oh, was machen wir jetzt? So, this needs to be one part. Need to separate. Let's stop this. Connect. This is separated. And this is connected to this. Separated. That. Now we have 1, 2, 3 parts. What is this called? Kolben, Feder Kolben. This is front right. Feder. Cylinder, front right. This is only this one. So now let's connect the same here. We need to set this. This needs to be joined on the left. This joined with the left. Okay. That is completely irrelevant, I think. So, and then same here. Needs to be seated. Like this. One, two, three. One. My God. So we have one, two. Okay. And this origin needs to be here. Exactly. Oh. Here. Nice, nice. And also we need it here. So, everything is now the front. I need this needs here. Um, oh. Same here. I have this. I have this. Object set origin. The cursor. This here, this is here, and this. So, everything that moves has a correct origin point. What is Dying Light doing? Okay. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. What can we do now? Where's this origin? So, I can do now. Okay. This wasn't marked, sure. Shit. I need an antenna. Let's watch some. Find something we can use as antenna. Wie schaut denn die überhaupt aus? I want this one. Or this one. I can't do this one easily. No, this shouldn't be a D. So ungefähr, wenn man das vorstellt. Like this one. That is a... Hmm. Eight minutes. This is one antenna. We also could try to make something like this. Enough.
Game a few months ago, Techland said that they were aiming for the game to take around 20 hours to finish, but recently they've actually bumped that number up considerably. That's something you don't really see, at least from developers speaking to the public. But Techland is saying now that on top of the 20 or so hour main story, there will also be around 20 to 30 hours of additional content in the game, which could be an exaggeration. We don't know for sure, but even still, that does mean that there's potentially a bit more to this game beyond just completing story missions. According to their words, just in the last few months, the amount of content has really exploded in the game. The developers have just apparently gone nuts stuffing in more stuff for players to experience and find in the new location of Caster's Woods. Now, this rural region really reminds us a lot of the outskirts from the following, with the way it has like winding rural roads and a more compact city environment. This new location is based on the Swiss Alps, believe it or not. And it uses that location a pretty impressive effect. It looks cool, kind of like beautiful and sinister. Again, really kind of somehow evoking the first Dying Light. Hard to put my finger on how, but they're just really going for that. What we're curious to see is how the Easter eggs are, because Techland, like, they have some of the best in the business. We've made videos about some of their cool Easter eggs, so I hope they come up with some good stuff here. Also, speaking of the following, which I thought was like a great expansion of the first game, completely underrated, but they are bringing back the vehicles which were featured in that game. But instead, no buggy. Now you get a big old pickup truck. Also, for a while, we assumed that there was no other info about the vehicles and how they worked in the Beast, but during an AMA with Reddit last year, a developer did confirm that the vehicles will work in a similar way to how they did in the following, so they can get worn down, become damaged, and run out of fuel. Having some simulation elements for the car, so it's not just like a free form of fast travel, was one of the more interesting innovations from the Dying Light 1 DLC, so it's good to hear that they brought back some of those features, man. Also, even though this game is meant to be a more linear, story-focused game, it's still going to have 4-player co-op, so you and I guess 3 other Kyle Cranes can play together with shared progression. It has been confirmed that the game does support shared progression, so everyone advances the story when they play together. Unfortunately, it doesn't have cross-play, and it doesn't seem like they have plans to add it either. This was the case also with Dying Light 2, so maybe it's some kind of engine issue. I don't know. Still disappointing, but
Engine
we'll play
issue.
co-op, hopefully everything works out here, from a technical standpoint at least. One other thing I wanted to point out, the game is releasing soon, and I think this is kind of going to get lost in the shuffle when reviews drop and when people's opinions drop, but one really cool thing they're doing for the Beast is that they're giving it away for free to everyone who bought the Dying Light 2 Stay Human Ultimate Edition. They originally promised the expansion for free with the Ultimate Edition, but it eventually, like we said, became its own big standalone game. People paid a premium to get something, some sort of DLC from that Ultimate Edition. And even though the Beast is way bigger and a whole separate product from what like the original plan was, Techland is still honoring that original promise. That's the kind of generosity you rarely see in the gaming business nowadays. It sounds to me like pretty pro-consumer, so I think pro-consumer moves from developers should be pointed out and celebrated when there's the occasional rare win. Still, that being said, like I said, the game is releasing in at the time of this video probably like a week, and we don't know whether or not it's actually going to be any good, but this is all the info you needed to know. We're looking forward to getting our hands on the game. Like I said, keep your eyes peeled for the before you buy video. If you like this video and learned something, clicking the like button helps us out. We appreciate it, and be sure to let us know in the comments what you're thinking of Dying Light the Beast, but also just the franchise as a whole. What do you prefer, Dying Light 1 or Dying Light 2?
3 minutes.
Or the following, my personal favorite. Either way, let us know. Let's talk. Subscribe if you haven't already, but thanks for watching, and we'll see you
No, we need a 3-minute video. Nine minutes. Okay. Let's leave that. One minute. It's on. It should be on now. Why? Now. Okay. What is here? Now it's on. Now we are talking. We need what? It's packing. Yes, yes, yes. I play in English. Controller. My controller kit. Make it a bit more tucked. It's okay. I ordered with motion sickness reduction off when the valve is set on. Hit bob reduction, hit bob, motion play. That was on colorblind mode. Let's turn it off. This is QTE minigame. I don't know. Mono audio output off. Confirm.